And hello everyone, welcome to another competitive Hellish Quart event. This was quite a big turnout, very pleasant surprise of 12 players. I did a bunch of unit planning in advance, so I actually do have some time to host events, certainly on the weekends, so Sunday I might be able to to host more events, but I cannot promise that because work can still come up out of nowhere and you just never know. But yeah, I basically constructed a whole unit plan for December as part of my practicum, so it should be pretty helpful as far as workload. Sorry about the late start. I know there was some debates going on the Discord server about history and stuff. That wasn't actually the main reason why. I was also away from my computer, uh, trying to get some food, some coffee, things like that. So, nevertheless, Apostle versus Venator will start us off right away. This is gonna be a bit of a marathon event, I suspect. But it should be a hell of a lot of fun. Nice to see such a turnout for Sunday. Glad I picked Sunday. Be using my usual format, so this will be about wins. This isn't about points. I know Venator typically does that in double elimination, but in this case it'll just be simple best of three, 7 flags, and you guys know the rest. Food and coffee are good, you bet. Okay, let's get the game open. I was playing a bit of Master of Command earlier today too. That was a pretty fun game. And then make sure it's actually capturing the game. Hellish Quart, beautiful. Okay. Just so you guys don't have to see me clicking off. Yeah, Venator's here, I'm waiting for Apostle. If Apostle doesn't show up, we can always do Oak versus Daisy, and we'll give Apostle as much time as possible if he's not around. I'll give him like another minute or so. Don't want to wait too long. Want to move forward as quickly as we can, but Postal, if you're listening, there is no rush. We will not disqualify you right away or anything like that. Do take your time if you are busy or something else. With all the fights we're doing, Apostle should have plenty of time. Okay, I think we will have Oak fight Daisy instead, because I know Daisy's here. I'm pretty sure Oak is around too. Yeah, sorry about that, Venator. We'll let you in as soon as Apostle shows up. I'll give him a ping. The Raider will release? I have no idea. Kupol was promising a longsword character after Sava, but honestly, like Kubold has released random characters out of nowhere before too, like Hassan. So it really is impossible to say. Kubold works in very mysterious ways. What can I say? Okay, Oak will take the left side. Daisy will take the right. Oak has keyboard. Let's get started. Also, Kubold ruined this. I don't know why he got rid of the background, but oh well. Oh, interesting. I'll just leave it as it is. Wait, actually, that's the switch sides. Alright, well, they won't do that. And if they do, we'll address that. Maybe I'll just put that on never. As long as we can reassign controllers, we're good to go. It's a good thrust there. Possible in some road traffic by the look of it, so that's all good.
Oh yeah.
Nice stab there by Daisy. Oak just not able to displace the rapier in time. There it is. There's some weird stutters going on. I'm seeing them too. It's not just you guys. I'm gonna see if I can address that right after this round. I don't know why I'm cursed with this. Kubel just keeps messing up his game a little bit, but at least it's mostly smooth. It's literally just like the couple interactions that looked a little weird. I'll still take a couple troubleshoot measures to try and address that because it is annoying. Especially if you're Marie and you're trying to keep your distance. But still, it's mostly smooth. It was definitely better than the last time we had an issue, so hopefully they're not lagging as well. That would be a little annoying. Oak is so far winning this fight. I think it's a pretty tough matchup for Marie. Daisy had some nice thrusts going in, though. Oak dashes in. There's a cut after the thrust, but not able to secure the kill. Marie's cuts are not particularly good. And a bunch of cuts from Oak, actually showing the low damage of Yazuk as well. But Yazuk has some great combos to compensate for that, as well as the ability to hit the head very often. Thrust attempt by Oak doesn't work. Yeah, you bet. Yazuk is canonically a really good swordsman. There's a stab, though, from Daisy. Daisy not looking to go down without a fight. Well, and Oak just closes Daisy down there. Okay. Alright, 1 second, guys. I'll just see if I can, I don't know, restart the game or something. Alright, I'll just close out the game real quick. Do the usual stuff. Hopefully that wasn't too bad, though. It was, like, mostly smooth, but I just saw some weird stuff and would like to get rid of that if we can. Nothing major? Yeah. Like, it was mostly good from my perspective, so that's good. Let's try that now. Also, I'll just turn this off because I feel like we don't need that. Yeah, as you can reassign controllers regardless, so that's good. I just would rather disable the possibility of people switching the sides randomly in a fight. Okay, I didn't see anything so far. Maybe that's all we needed, just a little restart of the game. Yeah, Oak's plan here is pretty simple against the rapier. What he's looking to do is he's looking to displace the rapier, long guard those stabs, or beat the blade aside, and just close down the center. And if Marie is not able to fight for the center, she will generally lose. Yeah, it's looking way better. I'm glad that fixed it. 'Cause I was a little worried. Cut attempts there. And yeah, Oak just keeps up the pressure. Yazek is a pretty damn powerful character in the right hands. If anyone wants to commentate with me, by the way, the commentator cabin is open. I don't mind. Just be aware that it might be a bit of a long haul. Alright, Oak's taking some hits, but he's not at all dissuaded. Just closes in again. Um, yeah, that's the problem with Marie, is just that she doesn't have a lot of stopping power, I feel like. That's a double. That's why I tend to recommend Marta if you want to play a rapier character, because Marta is a lot more viable, especially lately. But alright, double. Again, Oak's plan is pretty simple. It's literally close the distance, beat the rapier side, long guard it. Marta has a lot better answers for that, I think, but Marie not so much. And Yazek as well has a pretty good passive guard. But still, Daisy put on a good effort there. Oak is just a tough opponent, even the best at times, so. You're still not out of the tournament, though, Daisy. You have a chance to claw your way out of the loser's bracket. Also, just confirming that it was better for you there, because it looked better for me. Just that, I think those slight stutters were removed, so yeah, that's good. Marta's snap pisses you off. Yeah, there's something unsportsmanlike about that. Especially if you've tried to close the distance as quickly as possible. And then you just get stabbed and then that's it. Maestro will be on the left, Ghosty on the right. I see Ghosty has joined us. I'll give Maestro a little bit to join. Piper against Pekla looks very exciting for the 4th round. And if Apostle still is not with us, I will fight Oak after that fight. And I think we'll do everything we can in round 2 and just go from there. The trouble will just be for Apostle if we get to the point where we're doing a bunch of losers bracket fights and we can't quite complete the whole bracket because he's still not with us. But I'll give him as much time as possible. In fact, I should let him know in the Discord chat just so he's aware. 10 minutes? Okay. Nice. Oh yeah, and Meister remembers the Wii Punch-Out song. Yeah, that was what I started using for my intro music. Yeah, Maestro on the left, Ghosty on the right. Let's do this. Ghosty, if you need keyboard, let me know. I actually don't know if Ghosty uses keyboard or controller. Nice controller. And in Ghosty, yeah, last I checked, he plays Connor. So Maestro, I think he was contemplating whether Zera would be a good pick or not. But ended up going with Zera in the end. Let's see what happens. Big splash there by Ghosty. Manages to beat the blade as Maestro does a long guard. I think I'm used to Zera's battle cries by now. I understand why they're jarring, though. They're definitely quite different from what we used to hear. And Ghosty with the first flag, actually, after that trade. Thrust bear, another thrust. Ghosty with the London Maestro for stab. No kill though. Good blade beat. But it's his belly cut open. Brutal stuff by Maestro. Big slash by Maestro. Is not punished, and nice follow-up by Maestro, overwhelming the guard. As Ghosty just couldn't set up a good enough reply to oppose that barrage of cuts. Sidestep, but Ghosty hits the hand. Maestro going in with a push. That was his intention right from the get-go, it looks like. That's a double. There's a bit of a trade there. Thrust attempt and another thrust. Alright, cut to the hand there by Ghosty. But Maestro stabbing the leg, brutal by Maestro. In a very close fight, I have to say. Ghosty has been pretty consistently doing well lately, even against veteran players. Maestro getting some kind of push despite being hit, but he is not able to follow it up. There's a perfect thrust, getting past the shield actually, hitting the rim. But the shield might have taken some of the sting out of that attack, so it didn't actually kill. It ended up being a trade instead. Thrust misses there. Maestro is just too close to land it, as Ghosty quickly closed the distance. And Ghosty's looking pretty good here. Would be a little bit of an upset to defeat a veteran as good as Maestro, but I think Ghosty is definitely proving he has what it takes, so let's see what happens. Sidesteps there by Maestro. Ghosty just doesn't have the reach to follow that up, though, and get a kill. But that thrust comes right past Maestro's guard. Beautifully done by Ghosty, and it's down to the last flag. A lot of pressure on Maestro here to close this round out. Maybe switch characters if Zera's not to his liking in this matchup, but it does seem pretty equal. And Ghosty does it there, dashing in with the shield and then pushing. I'm just switching names. Okay. Yeah, Maestro should be on the right there. Going with Yon possibly, Barabash. Definitely not, I think, a fan of how Zera was playing out. Goes with Barabash. I think that is a smart pick, actually, although he doesn't play Barabash very often. I think Barabash can be a good counter to Connor. Not that Connor necessarily will always lose to Barabash or anything like that, but I think that Barabash does a good job of targeting the openings. There's a perfect single tempo by Ghosty, though. Marina's false edge backstep cut attack ever will be made viable. I'm not sure it will be. It seems like a very niche move. It's a double. It's definitely tough to set up. Marina has some like meta moves that might be easier to do that with. Maestro keeps going low but gets tapped in the head there by that snap cut. I like what Maestro's trying to do, but I think he's being a little bit too predictable with his leg cuts. I think if he wants to be successful with them, he needs to set them up. So instead of telegraphing that he wants to go low, maybe he goes high first and gets the shield high, then he goes low after presenting a more dangerous threat to the head. But that's easier said than done against an opponent as good as Ghosty. Chop by Maestro. Also a good move here if you can get a blade beat or get over the shield and hit the head. Perfect X cut to the arm by Maestro, following the sidestep there with that cut. Goes low, and another cut by Maestro, actually hitting the arm as Ghosty got too close. Barbash's angles are proving a bit more helpful for Maestro here. That is one of the advantages a Saber might have over Longsword, is the angles that you can pick. Especially if a character like Barbash, who's all about the explosive movement and the sidesteps. I got pinged by Daisy, I'll just check that on my phone. Didn't get a chance to read it on the pop-up. I don't think you guys see that because it's game captured, but Maestro went low again. He's using it a bit too much, I think, because as soon as you're challenged with a cut to the head, that leg cut becomes questionable as far as its viability. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll deal with that. If Tao hasn't already. Alright, Daisy, it's taken care of. Just somebody spamming links. Alright. Shoot that report. There's another kill. Now it's down to the last flag again. This is huge for... Oh, there's a push, but he got cut. Nice try by Ghosty. But Maestro is able to stop it just in time. And get some damage off. Okay, let's see what Ghosty can do. A bit defensive there. Tries a single tempo to stop that low cut. Maestro definitely determined to go low here. Very intense fight to close this round here. And there's a stab that almost lands, nearly punishing that attack. I think Ghosty's definitely trying to set up a counter for that low cut. Maestro has to be careful. There's a stab is landed, and there's a leg void out of nowhere. Maybe Maestro feinted a low cut or something, or it got interrupted. Pushed, and then there's a cut, but Maestro's still alive somehow. Connor's damage is not always the most impressive. Which makes sense. He has high defense, so just from a balancing perspective, and he leg voids, but he blocked first with the shield. That was a delayed leg void, but still got out of the way of that low cut. There's a feint, not a feint, a taunt. Actually, I should say. And there's a taunt by Maestro. They're both taunting each other. This is a really intense round. Goes low. Maestro getting tired. He got hit twice. There's a low cut. Another low cut. Maestro takes it. Lovely fight. And we're going into another round. These fighters are not going to get much of a break here. Crazy fight. Love it. Okay, let's see what happens. Is Maestro gonna switch again? I mean, Zera actually went pretty okay, I think. It's just... I mean, he lost, but it was a very similar outcome. I would have stuck with Bara, but I get why, like maybe he prefers Zera for who knows what reason, or he feels that the match basically went the same way, which is also fair. It was also very, very close. It wasn't as if Zera just got walked all over. But there's a perfect single tempo to start us off here by Ghosty. It's 1-1. Oh yeah, thanks for letting me know in the chat about the bot as well. I actually saw Daisy's ping first, but we dealt with it. Holy stands by Maestro, but Ghosty just backs off, doesn't challenge it. That thrust was a perfect counter to Maestro's thrust, it looks like. Big slashes there, and eventually Ghosty gets a hit because of the shield blocking Maestro's riposte. Intercepts Maestro's blade there. Nearly got hit in the hand, though. Has to be a little bit careful. Maestro whiffs there and almost gets a nice follow-up after, but Ghosty doesn't bite. Maestro of low guard. Thrust attempt there, and there's a counter thrust by Maestro. They both have landed some good counter thrusts on each other. Low guard by Maestro. Thrust. And attempt at a single tempo there results in a double. Nice try by Ghosty, but just isn't able to cover himself from that cut. Pushed out of measure, Maestro not able to punish in time. Low guard by Maestro. And that's another double as Ghosty went right for the head, but Maestro had set up a thrust to the body. Sidestep, but doesn't follow it up. That was amazing by Ghosty, but maybe he didn't do a true sidestep combo, so he wasn't able to actually input anything in time. But that was an excellent try. I thought he had Maestro on the ropes there. Goes low and blocks high with the shield. That was beautiful by Ghosty. I really like Ghosty's style of Connor. I know a lot of people are not necessarily a fan of Connor's style, but Ghosty's doing a great job with it. Definitely showing some really good fight IQ. Now Maestro is getting a little tired, goes low. But yeah, that was a bait. As Maestro goes with that thrust, he seems to always have those thrusts locked and loaded when he goes with low guard. It's a nice bait for his opponent. Perfect single tempo and follows it up. Connor matchup is pretty much knowledge checks, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with shields, is you have to know how to deal with them to deal with them. Sometimes you can bully the shields once you do know that, but there's definitely that element. Nice stab. I'd say the Connor player also has to know the optimal moves. There's definitely quite a few moves of Connor where if you try them, you're gonna be in a little bit of trouble. He tries to sidestep the thrust. They both trade there, actually, too. One thing that Zera does have here is reach as well. That's something Barabash doesn't have as much of. That might be one reason why Maestro made this switch. Hopefully, pause the game if there's lag, by the way. Maestro seems to be good to go. Yeah. We'll let the lag spike pass. Sorry about that, Ghosty. Sometimes that happens. Alright, I'll unpause. Just long guard Ghosty, so present your shield forward when you're ready to go again. Or do an input or something to tell us you're good to go. Usually we use long guard input. Maestro still seems good to go, so it might be on Ghosty's end. Okay, let's see what's up. Oh wait, is Ghosty able to go? I don't want to pause if he's good to go. Long guard Ghosty if you're if nothing's wrong. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll let you back in then. It's probably best that I just... Yeah, so I'll kick you out, but you can just join back in and take the right side, I think. We have the flags on record if we need to restart it completely. So, yeah, sometimes that happens on Parsec. I'm sorry to hear that it froze for you, but I'll let you back in and we'll see what we can do. Okay, hopefully it's not frozen. Let me know if you're able to take controls. Alright, you can. Beautiful. Alright, let's go. Looks like he just had to reconnect and everything's fine. Sometimes that's how it goes. There's some hiccup in the connection somewhere and reconnecting fixes that. Maestro with a big cut. They both push each other and it cancels. Also, the game looking very smooth, I have to say. After the initial issues we were having. Thrust there to the throat. Maestro is able to secure the kill. Despite taking a hit as well. Ghosty's hit just wasn't as effective. Big slash by Maestro. Ghosty not having the range, I think, to punish those sometimes. And those cuts do a good job of threatening the guard as well. Sort of batching through. There's another thrust, but no kill. Maestro looking for a good angle to finish this off, but the stab to the hand forces the double. It's actually a double, as Maestro is still able to secure a hit, but pushes in there. The Holy Stands proving to be a good bait for Maestro. And Maestro is now looking to finish this fight off. Ghosty has done fantastic, and Ghosty, if you do lose this fight, just a reminder that it is double elimination, so you still get a chance to fight your way to the top. Sidesteps there by Ghosty. He does shield himself, but he does get his long guard beat down as he tries to follow up, I think with a stab or something. There's a London stab there by Ghosty. Perfectly executed. It is by no means over. And Ghosty intends to prove that. Sidesteps there. Maestro looking to hit the hand, it looks like, but isn't able to do it. Sidesteps by Ghosty, and Ghosty gets another kill. Beautiful dash to the side. This time follows it up with some attacks. And Maestro doesn't want to lose this, I don't think. High guard then goes low, but he was too far, and Maestro punished that. That was a great try, but I think he was just too far for that to work. Bit of a taunt there. Maestro with a thrust. Another thrust by Maestro, and he takes it. GG. Maestro wins it, but it was a close fight throughout. Even that last round, honestly. It looked like Ghosty was cooking something. It just wasn't quite enough. And Maestro fights Savimbi later, but for now, we'll have Piper against Pekala. And Ghosty, again, you're not eliminated just yet. Some plumber near Alberta accidentally hit the rainbow. Okay, Pekala has keyboard. Let's see what Piper can do. I don't think Apostle is going to be with us by the time we're done, but we'll see. He did say 10 minutes, but with traffic, you just never know. Stuff can change on a dime, I know from experience. So let's just do this fight. And I'll tell you what, once Oak's fight with me pops up, I'll just check in again and see what happens. Okay. Okay, Piper on the left. Pekala on the right. Yeah, Piper has gamepad. Unless he's using keyboard. How dank should this fight be? Yeah, this fight could be pretty dank between these two. You never know. Okay, Piper's able to take control this time. Sometimes you just gotta back out. Uh, Piper goes with Hassan. He's actually a pretty good Hassan player. Uses his style that he uses with Alex with Hassan and uses it to pretty good effect. Piper has often regarded Hassan as sort of a more balanced version of Alex, which I think is fairly accurate. You can also kind of see Tarnowski as being that too, because he has the ability to get around guard very easily, but makes up for it with that slow speed, but he has that power that he can draw upon. Push there from Piper. And you can see Piper more or less fighting the way he usually does, but with Hassan. Big slashes by Pico as he tries to get Piper to back off, but it's just not working. Piper marches forward. There's 2 cuts, though, from Pico. Pico getting his first point. Glad to see Pico back on Zera. That's his classic character. Dashes out of the way of the cut. I think he was also a bit too far to begin with, but it still looked cool. And just a barrage of attacks from Pico is able to force a hit eventually. Big slash by Pico, and I think Piper was stunned by that blade beat. So he did walk forward, but he wasn't quite able to reply in time. This time it's a double, though. Ooh. Quite a start up to the animation, but Piper is able to close in. Big feint there by Pico, but I think it might have been a slight mistake, as Piper seems to have had the tempo advantage. But that was beautiful. A feint into the horizontal slash, catching Piper as he tries to punish. Blade beat, but Piper recovers too quickly for Pico. I like what Pico was trying to set up, but he was just too slow. But this time beats the blade, follows up with an A cut. Beautiful Zera gameplay by Pico. And Piper looking to close this round out as he closes in here, but backs off, doesn't like what he's seeing. You don't see this from Piper very often, but he did indeed press the back button a few times. There was a cut from Pico. And that's a double. Down to the last flag. Love these fights. They're so close. Big feint there as Piper tries to punish it, but Pico shuts him down with a perfect cut to the head. Love that laugh as well. Okay, but we're not done yet. We are switching sides. Marie this time versus Marta. Alright, hopefully we got the correct arena. My cursor was elsewhere when they clicked. Yeah, thankfully it saves the last map you used. So now we have a rapier fight in our hands, so I'm really curious how this will go. Conventional wisdom is that Marta is the superior rapier character, but this is a matchup that Marie sometimes can win, because Marie at least has a chance of binding with the rapier and fighting for the center a little bit, because Marta is not hitting her with just a barrage of cuts or anything like that. So there is definitely some chances here for Marie to win this, despite the fact that on paper Marta just is a much stronger character in more matchups. Triangle there, A thrust there, not able to get the kill, but that was beautiful sequence there by Pico, who's shown us some really good Marie gameplay lately. And then there's a triangle. Blade beat by Pico into a triangle. Perfect parry riposte by Piper, but is not able to secure the follow-up and get a kill. Nice exchange of rapier blades, but Pico with another one. Cut to the head there by Piper, that was nice. Really great rapier gameplay by both of these fighters. But Pico seems to be doing better here. Piper needs to change something. I think sometimes Piper is throwing cuts when he shouldn't, and then Pico has been able to fight for the center and the center line and then get a thrust. That was a good combo though by Piper. Yeah, Piper should probably use the point more. Tries to catch the blade there, but is not able to do so as Pico dips under. Good blade beat by Piper, but not able to get a follow-up. Pico, a nice blade beat into a cut, and then a thrust, but no kill. Piper is looking quite tired, though, as Pico keeps up the pressure. There's a stab by Piper, but I think he was too tired to secure the kill. Pico with a convincing win with the rapier, but that was still a pretty intense fight, I have to say. Okay, I think I'll fight Oak now. But I'll give Apostle a ping, just to check in with him. If Apostle is here, Oak, you can just join right away, just so we're not wasting time. But yeah, Apostle, you're coming up right after this fight. Awesome. All right, so you will fight Venator right after this fight. I'll just make sure he knows in the Discord chat as well. Okay, Oak is warmed up and I'm not, so I'm a little concerned about that, but I'm sure it'll be a great fight, no matter what. Let me just double check. Yeah, I'm on the left. Beautiful. All right, go ahead, Oak. Yeah. Alright, nice. Don't know why I can't take control. There we go. I might regret this, but I don't think Barabash is going as well as I was hoping, so. Need something different. Well, a good fight, Oak. I didn't have an answer for that Yazuk. It's crazy. But there were some amazing exchanges there. Barabash's hit detection was a little questionable, but I think Yazuk's was a little in our fight too, so that kind of canceled out. But no, there were some great exchanges there, and I enjoyed the whole thing. But there were times where our sabers, collectively, it wasn't just me, were not hitting for some reason, and so it led to some funny moments. But yeah, great fight. The Samuel versus Yazuk was pretty clean though. I didn't see anything weird. So all right, Apostle versus Venator as promised. Hopefully Venator's ready to go. And I'll give whoever wins a bit of a break, and we'll just continue into round two, I think, instead of going directly in order, and then we'll head back to not round five, but like the fifth match is what we'll do. Okay, we getting both of them in here. The other piece of that too, that fight, is I'm not sure Samuel actually was the right answer. I think he did well, but it still felt as though Oak was a step ahead speed-wise, so maybe Barabash was still the play. I just had to figure out what to do with him. But it's fine. Apostle on the left. Alexander against Tarnovsky is always a bloodbath. Um, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go get something to drink as my throat is getting a little bit dry here. And yeah, it shouldn't be too long. You guys can just keep fighting if you're all done this round by the time I'm back. Or before I'm back.
No, attack me!
Alright, I'm back. You guys can just keep fighting. I don't want to interrupt your flow. The names are obviously reversed, but that's fine. Venator won the first one. He's still playing Alex, so I think that's pretty clear who's who. Ooh, get stabbed there. Nice try by Venator, but he was stabbed right through the body. exchange there. Nice cut. Pretty equal round this time. Apostles Tarnovsky, I know from experience, is very, very tough to beat. Nice double. Retreat cut by Apostle, and Apostle might just tie this up, which would be pretty huge. Funny thing is, I wouldn't have to switch names if that happened, so there's that. But Venator snipes the hand. Nicely done with Alex there. Definitely has some experience with Alex, has played a lot of Alex lately, so it clearly shows that he knows what he's doing. And his style is pretty close to how I would use Alex, so okay, Venator needs one more. That was a good sidestep and doesn't... Okay, I was going to say he doesn't quite follow it up, but actually he did. And that leg void was not able to save Apostle. It was a little delayed, but Venator did a surgical job there with Alex to finish that round. But still, good try. Apostle, you are not eliminated. As a reminder, you will be fighting in the loser's bracket. Alright, Savimbi against Maestro now. Good to know, Venator. I'm still gonna do the others first, but we'll come back to you. Okay, Maestro's here. Let's see if Savimbi's around. If Savimbi is not around, we can see if BK is here as well. That's the other advantage, I guess, of doing these other fights, is there's a couple people who I'm not sure if they're actually here. I haven't seen them yet. I think they are, but it'd be nice to verify right away if they are or not, and then go from there. I know I saw Savimbi earlier chatting, so it's a BK I'm really not sure of. You're here? Beautiful. Alright, that works nicely then. Savimbi, I'll give him like another minute or so to connect, and if not, we'll move on to your fight against Pico BK. And then we'll go back to Venator against Glorious, if needed. Okay, Savimbi says 1 minute, so we'll give him a minute. I love the Ukiora profile pic, by the way, as a fellow Bleach fan. I don't know if I commented on that, but absolutely love it. Maestro is a recent Bleach fan as well, so there's that. Went out like a champ, you bet. That was one of the highlights of the Arrancar arc. It's funny, whenever I see Savimbi, I keep thinking of Black Ops 2 because he was a character in Black Ops 2. That African, I think he was, yeah, he was a dictator. You fight alongside him. Whoever was the voice actor for Savimbi did a great job. Yeah, good to know, BK. Savimbi, I don't know if you were trying to connect just now. Chump? Oh my goodness. Urahara and Mayuri, you like the mad scientist, I see. Urahara is a good choice. Mayuri is a little wicked for my taste, but I do like his character. He's just not my favorite. But as like I love those like mad scientist type characters all the same. And he has some nice nuggets of wisdom actually if you pay attention. So I like that. He's not just batshit crazy, he actually is competent and intelligent. Kenpachi's my favorite personally. But Urahara, he's definitely up there as well. Pretty damn good character. Yeah, so Savimbi on the left, Maestro on the right. Let me know if you need keyboard Savimbi. Oh, Unohana, yeah, you should watch the anime Maestro. Watch the anime version of that fight. Because boy was that badass. Like I'm telling you, the anime is just an upgrade over the manga. Yeah. Which is good, yeah. Not saying the manga was bad, mind you. It's just I feel like Kubo was rushed with the manga. So I feel like the detail is just not there the way it is in previous parts of the manga. Yeah, you're on the left. Let me just. Uh, so I think I selected the left for you, so I'll back out. Okay, so Maestro with Yan, it looks like, to counter Savimbi's era. Savimbi with a kill there. Savimbi's a nice name, by the way. Love saying it. But yeah, I always just think of Black Ops 2 when I see that. That was like the last good Call of Duty game. Somebody said the best Call of Duty game, which is definitely up there. It's the one I grew up with, so I definitely have a lot of fond memories about that one. The first one was good too. Yoruichi and Soy Phone, yeah, those are great choices. Definitely some waifu material right there. But I like them as characters too, like beyond that. Kubo did a good job of actually fleshing out many of those characters instead of just making them fan service or something. Although there is that too, because every anime has that, of course, but every shonen certainly. But yeah, those are solid choices as well. It's hard to think of many bad choices. I guess Cone would be a bad choice. If Cone is your favorite character, something's wrong with you, but he does make for good comedy, but that's about all he's there for. Good stab to the head. Now it's down to the wire. Oh, and Savimbi takes the first round, and this isn't the first time we've had a relatively new player put on such a good performance and whatnot. So we'll see if that continues. Savimbi, you're switching sides, by the way. Make sure you take the right side this time. That's Isabella there. And probably going back to Zara, Savimbi. But we'll see. Yeah. Okay, just be careful of rapidly clicking OK, because I think sometimes it can cause the map switch. But in this case, it was fine. I do appreciate the eagerness, though. We want to get right into the action. I gotta say, too, the loading time. I know I was talking about how Google keeps slowing down the game with these weird stutters and stuff like that. It's so easy to focus on that. But I have to give him credit where credit's due for making the loading time so fast. It's so fast that I have to be paying attention, otherwise people will fight before I get a chance to switch names, so. Especially for casual PvP and stuff like that, it's just so great that you can load the game instantly like that. Cuts down on a lot of tournament time in the long run, I think, too. So it's just good all around to have that in the game. Is Savimbi typing while playing? I see him typing on the Discord. Man, Savimbi, Maestro is a veteran. I know a lot of people trash talk him, but you can't be typing while you're fighting him. Yeah, you gotta focus. Maestro has you on the ropes a little bit here. Good stab. In his flag, I mean, not the match in general, necessarily. But Maestro with a good kill. Oh, another one from Maestro. Loving this tournament so far. If you can't tell. There's another one from Maestro. Maestro looking to finish it up. I think the Isabella was a good choice. Nice tight cut, solid defense. Does a good job of interrupting Zara. And there's another one. And I think experience might be starting to take over as we go into the third round. Savimbi will need to change something here. Yeah, we're not done yet. Going back to Zara, it looks like. Yeah. Maestro not wanting to challenge him in the Zara mirror, which can be a bit precarious. I saw Savimbi typing as he was selecting characters again. I'm assuming he's just bumping his phone or something, but it's still kind of funny. Like, it was happening in the middle of the fight. I saw him typing. I'm like, what are you doing? Maestro of 2 flags. Isabella again proving to be a great pick here. Back Y. And I love the laugh after as well. Those who know the back Y lore will know why that's funny, but Savimbi is doing a great job though. Thrust bear is deflected by the high guard cut, and also a solid hit to the dome from Maestro. Maestro with a snap cut, upcut, backwards thrust attack there. Good sidestep. And Maestro looking to take control and win these next 3 flags. Goes on the offensive. Savimbi trying to keep him at bay, but is not able to do so. High guard cut, switching up the tempo and the range, making it very difficult to defend. Maestro with another one in the blink of an eye. Maestro needs one more. Savimbi did great, but I think Maestro's just starting to make adjustments here, and his Isabella is very good as well. Maestro's a very versatile player, so he can make a lot of adjustments on the fly that you might not expect. Good trade there. Maestro with some side steps. Gotta watch that stamina though, but so does Savimbi having taken a hit. Savimbi with a cut out of measure and then a stab to the head. Nice from Savimbi. back Y. Savimbi winning some flags here. Maestro does not want to lose this. Oh, back Y's there, and Savimbi covering his head just in time, but Maestro keeps up the pressure. Excellent stab in the middle of one of those attacks, I think. And Maestro is able to take it, but that was a great fight once more. Savimbi will now fight Daisy in the lower bracket after we do some of these fights here. First, we got BK against Pico, though. That is going to be exciting. I think BK is a Yan player, but we will see. And Pekola just plays whatever he feels like, whenever he feels like it. Savimbi, you are not eliminated, of course. You will fight in the loser's bracket. And everybody in the loser's bracket does have a chance to fight to the top. It just means that you'll have to fight twice in the finals if you do make it all the way. That's the main disadvantage. And the fact that, of course, if you lose a fight in the loser's bracket, you will be eliminated. So you definitely want to avoid that if possible. In the losers bracket, we will use the same amount of flags as well. We're kind of on the threshold where maybe that will increase the time a lot, but so far we're actually moving pretty smoothly, so I think it's fine. I've done that with 12 players before, and the timing was fine. It's a bit of a big tournament, of course, but so like, of course, we will take some time as a result, but I think it's worth it in the end. Okay, BK will be on the left to start us off. Pico on the right. You're on controller? Yeah, I gave you controller, so that's good. Thank you for letting me know. Well, Pico should have keyboard. No, maybe an error, because I heard Pico connecting, but... Yeah, Pico, you're on the right. That's good. Goes of Marie. Marie. Or depending on your dialect of French, it could be Marie. The trick shot there, resulting in a trade. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. My dialect of French is probably closer to the Canadian one, so sometimes it will sound vulgar to some of those of you who speak the European dialect. And I'm also obviously a native English speaker, not a native French speaker, so there's that too. My English is way better than my French, by default. Quart screw there. Bunch of cuts by BK, but I think he's a bit out of measure of some of those, and pays for it. Feints by Pico, tries to get a solid thrust in there, that low guard thrust. Cuts the leg there, another cut. Pico moves in, but I think he was a bit too close. That was a good try. The intention was good, but he got way too close, so his rapier was less effective. Quart screw there. And Pico's got to be careful here. Yan is definitely not a slouch. One of the best characters in the game. And BK is showing some skill with him, so. Thrust attempt there, but BK is able to beat it down. Is not able to land a hit thanks to Pico's nimble movement, but it's definitely not looking good there. The corkscrew still connects. That's a quirk about it, is sidestepping it sometimes is actually worse than trying to take it head on. It did look strange, I will admit, but that is a property of the attack. If you sidestep, it's like you're moving into it more, almost, sometimes. Which, depending on the angle, I mean, the curve would definitely help you land hits, so it doesn't always look weird. But in that case, it just looked a little weird. Perfect counter, and then a follow-up after the leg cut with that triangle. Just beautiful stuff from Pico. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, switch sides. Don't know what's going on. Okay, but Pico won the first fight, it looks like. Really tough one, though, with Marie. Maybe he'll switch. No, he's gonna... No, he goes with Zera in the end. BK... Who's BK gonna use, though? Going with Gideon. Okay, 1 second, BK. I gotta switch the names, too. Okay, and you can select whatever skin you want. Feint there by Pico. Another feint. If there's any doubt who Pico is, those feints immediately tell you who's Pico because of that style that he loves using. Feint there, then a hit to the head. Nice. Another hit to the head by Pico. BK's got to be a little bit careful. Gideon's exposed in some of these angles. And Zera obviously having the reach advantage means you can punish him instantly with these whiffs. BK has to close the distance but stay solid while doing so. There's an upcut, but it's actually a trade. He still took a hit coming in. Pico might be low on stamina, though. He's got to be careful. A cut, intercepting that cut, and then follows that with the B cut. Very classic German longsword maneuvering going on there with the Unterhau. Pico whiffs there and nearly gets a back wire or something off, but I think he wasn't quite able to in time, and so he was forced on the retreat, and it results in a double. Pico whiffs, but a perfect bait there. Thankfully for BK, he did not fall for it. And that's a trade of cuts. Not really favoring either side. Pico nearly tagging the foot there with that cut. Goes low with a thrust. Bunch of cuts by BK, but he gets pommel striked in the arm there. Nasty. Nasty stuff. Pico's experience definitely helping him out here. As he's doing a lot of good feints. It's tough to tell what he wants to do. That's another double. Seems like that's the best BK can get so far, which isn't ideal because Pico maintains a lead. Big cut out of measure. And then a cancel. Another feint by Pico, and he follows it up with just a barrage of cuts. Surgical. And, yeah, Pico still wins the trade there. Amazing stuff. Yeah, BK at this point knows about the feints, but that opens him right up for that stab because he was staying back, knowing full well what Pico was trying to do. But then Pico switched it up on him and did a stab. And the longer you stay out of your own measure, the more chances that Zera will have to land hits. So it's a tough situation for BK. He needs to close in at some point. But if you're too overzealous in your attempt to close in, you're just going to get hit. Just like that. So it's in the hands of an experienced Zera like Pico's. It's definitely a tough matchup. But BK, you were not eliminated. That was a good effort. Glorious will fight Venator now. Yorichi comes in clutch every time. Absolutely. Yeah. Like against Byakuya, that was awesome. What she did there. Okay, Glorious is here. I don't think you need keyboard, right, Glorious? Just double checking. See if Venator's around. Keyboard? Okay. There you go, you got keyboard. We'll give Venator a minute or so. Okay, Venator's here. Glorious will take the left, Venator will take the right. Alright, let's go. Alexander versus who, though? Marie. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Alexander definitely usually has the advantage in this fight, but Marie at least is good at stabbing, so she has that going for her. Alex doesn't like being stabbed very much. He struggles a little bit to block those stabs, so Venator's going to be looking to make it messy, because the moment that happens, Marie will not win. It's that simple. Alex being the best character in the game. So, Glorious will need to make the best use of the advantages that he does have. Forces a double there. Venator closing in with long guard, and that opens him right up, as that long guard move is very sluggish, not usually the best of moves to use for that reason, but it was a good try. Bunch of sweeping cuts by Venator. Glorious keeps distance. It's funny, the best character versus the worst character in the game, but we'll see what happens here. Glorious showing some skill with Marie. So it definitely, especially in this specific matchup, it could count for a lot. Goes for the sidestep cut, but cutting with the rapier, often not a good idea for that reason. Follows up with a nice stab there. Nice from Glorious. Jumping there, but not able to close in. Good movement there by Glorious. Jump there, but Venator still closes the distance. Again, it's all about, for Venator, it's all about making it messy. The moment this happens, Marie will really struggle. But it's proving to be a disputed fight all the same. It's by no means decided. Good thrust, but no kill. That is the other problem Marie could run into, is that her stabs will not always kill, whereas Alex can be pretty sure that his cuts will kill. Pretty much every time. They're more consistent. But Marie has reach at least, so there is that. Might do less damage, at least if it's not a perfect hit. But that reach will really help Marie out. Bunch of cuts there, but again, in a cutting match, you just will not defeat a saber with a rapier. Not in a cutting match. But I think that was pretty much all Glorious could do there. That stab would not have been effective, so... Would have just been Blade Beat or something, probably. Goes for a thrust. Venator sidesteps it nicely. Venator with a bunch of cuts out of measure. Gotta watch his stamina after taking a hit. Good feint. Goes low. Good dodge there by Glorious. They're both jockeying for position there. I love it. Very tactical. Big slash out of measure. Tries to punish it, but isn't able to. I think, again, the mistake was throwing a cut instead of a stab initially. That was a good try. Okay, switch sides. Venator should be on the left now. Marie again. Goes with Badabash. Also a good pick against Marie, to be honest. I think he was considering Isabella, but decided on Barabash. Interesting that he's not using his main, but Barabash nevertheless is a great pick here, so there's nothing wrong with that choice. Triangle. Perfectly done by Glorious. Yeah, again, that's the problem with throwing a cut, is that your point is no longer online, so that just gives the Saber an opportunity to close in. It's very often not a good idea to throw a naked cut like that with Marie. Unless you have a very clear plan of what's gonna happen afterwards. Sidestep and then into a cut, that was good. Triangle and the chop by Venator there hitting the arm. That was good. Very good spacing of that move, respecting it, but then immediately countering. Good blade beat. But Venator still has to find a way to close in. There's the chop. Nicely done. Isabella is even worse for Marie than Yazuk. You just press forward Y. Yazuk is yeah, that is true. But I think Isabella is even more brainless in this matchup. You just move forward and press Y. And that's not to do with Isabella being OP, that's just Marie being weak, but it's, yeah. It's absurd how easy it is to make work. Yeah, forward LGY is no longer as good as it used to be. But the chop is good. So Barabash definitely has tools. Somebody paused. Hopefully we're good to go. Might have been an accident. Alright, we're good to go. Nice. Good sportsmanship. Oh, I see, Savimbi. It's all good. It is nice to be able to hear people when you're fighting, just so that you know like what the host wants you to do and stuff like that. But I understand. It does take bandwidth. Even listening to the Discord does take a little bit of bandwidth, so I understand if your internet's not able to cope. Sidestep attempt. Venator does take a hit. There's a chop, though, to the belly or the groin. One of those two. Tough to tell with the decal. But the double lunge. Beautiful. Yeah, this is definitely disputed. Bara can sometimes run into trouble against a good Marie, but yeah, Venator not overthinking it this time, just goes forward. Need one more. There's the chop, but doesn't get a hit, but the YY. The Maestro special. and Venator takes it. But Glorious put up a great fight. It was close, despite the score. Glorious, I'll give you a bit of a break, actually, because you just lost. And I'll do my fight first. So, Ghosty, if you're ready to go, let's fight. Got quite a few fights to do in the losers bracket before we move on to the winners bracket, and we got some bangers over there. Ghosty is here. And I'm on the left to start us off. For those unaware, by the way, we determined that just based on who ends up on top in the bracket. That's the person who gets the left side. Different hosts have different ways of doing that as well, but that's how I do it. Was that on purpose? I'll let you redo that if you didn't mean to use Bara. Yeah, I had a suspicion because you were playing Connor earlier. That would have been strange. Alright, good luck. Definitely gonna take him seriously. He's a very good Connor. Made for some cinematic fighting earlier. Okay, nice round. Gonna switch the names. That tired swing kill was pretty crazy. Again, I have really absurd luck with being tired and somehow landing kills or forcing doubles, so I apologize for that, but I don't know why I'm so lucky, but it's just one of those things. It does help as well, though, that Bara's tired swing is a bit better than most of them, so Yan's being the one exception because it's pretty much the same. So, but even with other characters that have bad tired swings, I still somehow get lucky. I don't even know how. There's that famous clip that I posted where I was fighting Maestro with Isabella, and I landed like 3 of those in a row while he was trying to finish me off. Nice. Alright, good fight, Ghosty. Unfortunately, that is it for you in this tournament, but GG's. Thank you for competing. You put on some amazing performances for us. So keep it up. The competition today is just fierce, so somebody has to be let go early, but did a fantastic job with Connor. And yeah, did great against Maestro. So you definitely have some potential. Let's get Glorious in against Piper now, if Glorious is ready to go. I just didn't want him to have to fight twice right after losing. I know a lot of people don't care about that, but you never know. Sometimes you're tilted or whatever it is. And I like to give people a bit of a break if they want it. I don't know if Glorious cared, but all the same, decided to allow that this time around because his fight would have been right after. So, okay, Glorious against Piper. I'm in the wrong channel. Oh, I don't know why it's showing up as competition talks then for me. Weird. How did I even get there? Anyway, whatever. Piper's here. You don't see the link anymore. That's weird. Here you go. Okay. Glorious on the left, Piper on the right. Winner of this fight will get to fight me, and the loser will be eliminated, unfortunately. Oh yes, let me make sure Glorious has keyboard. I think that's the problem. Go ahead. There we are. Hassan against Marie. That's an interesting one. This is a matchup where Hassan's height can actually really mess with him, so we'll see what Piper does here. Sometimes his cuts go right over Marie's head. What is with the... It's weird. There we are, that's better. The FPS dropped for a moment. Good thrust. Nice grab. Trick shot. Attempt. Stabs the body. Another stab. Nicely done by Glorious. And yeah, this can be a rough one for Hassan. I think we're seeing that play out. Thrust and then a grab attempt. But Piper's able to get out of it. Despite his tendency to move forward. And then there's a swipe to the leg. Nasty. Nasty stuff by Glorious. Piper might need to change something. There's a thrust. A trick shot attempt, I think, by Piper. But it got trapped somehow. And didn't go through. Thrust attempt, sidestep, but he's punched in the face right out of the animation. Stab attempt by Piper. Glorious showing some promise with Marie. Thrust to the belly. Another thrust. Another thrust. Two thrusts there. Nicely done. But it is not over yet. Okay, Glorious disconnected for some reason. There we are. Let's try that again. Okay. Glorious on the right this time. And who's Piper gonna use? Marta. This specific matchup didn't go so well for Piper last time, but I think he was fighting, yeah, he was fighting Pekola, so we'll see if anything changes here. Piper opening with a thrust. There's a punch right out of the thrust. Glorious with another stab, 3 stabs. 2 of them hit with the edge, so it made sense they didn't do that much, but thankfully Glorious managed to follow it up. There's a triangle from up close. Nicely done. Thrust attempt there. Sidesteps by Piper. Yeah, he knows the trick that I taught him with Marta. Let's see if that helps at all. It might not against such a good Marie, but... Surprised Piper's not trying Alex. I'm assuming he's worried about being stabbed. Which is understandable, actually. But I still think maybe Alex would be the answer here, not Marta. Combination, then a push into a stab to the face, giving Maria a COVID exam there. Right up the nose. There's a stab. Piper getting another one. Piper might be figuring something out now. On paper, at least, Marta is a little bit better at deflecting stabs than, say, Alexander, as far as the point work and stuff, so that might be what Piper's looking for here. Back wide to the face. Dodges the thrust, but then there's a cut to the head. Nice by Piper. Yeah, now it's not so clear. Thrust deflected by Piper using long guard. Stab to the arm there, actually. The lower arm. And then Glorious was able to land one of his own. There's another trade. I'm sensing a double after those trades. Piper out of measure at those thrusts. Gotta watch it. He's tired there, and yet instantly punished once Glorious noticed that. Triangle. Push, gets stopped by the cut. That was Glorious definitely knows how to combo with Marie. I'm really surprised by what I'm seeing here. Marie's notoriously difficult to do that with, but Glorious has obviously figured some stuff out. Stabbing at the hand there. Nobody's hit anything. Piper gets in there. 2 hits. Another hit. Cut. Oh my goodness, but he's thrusting from too close. I don't even know what happened there, but Glorious got a grab kill. I guess Marie decided to spare Marta there because nothing happened. Marta just stood there awkwardly. Oh my goodness. I've seen that bug before, but... Oh, a push into thrust, and now it's down to the wire. Piper recovering well after that bug. Probably threw him off a bit. There's a stab. Maybe that's a good omen. We'll see. That bug. Piper just landing a bunch of cuts here, and then he takes it. Using that rapier like a saber. This time it works. And there's the snap. Yeah, surviving, quote-unquote, that grapple kill was definitely a good omen despite losing the flag. And is Piper going to go back to Marta? He will go back to Marta. Thrust attempt, another thrust. Then there's a stab to the body by Glorious. I have to say, Glorious is looking like a menace with Marie. Piper did manage to get a win, but back Y is countered by the triangle. Nice. Not able to get the kill because he wasn't able to penetrate enough, but still landing a hit. And then a follow-up sidestep there, but that dash thrust is surprisingly effective. Piper is able to get a hit. Long guarding there. Good sidestepping. Triangle. Push into thrust to the body. Thrust to the head. Now it's 2-2. Another thrust to the head. Piper making a nice comeback. Testing the guard a little bit, Piper. And then a double as they both aim for vital targets. Yeah, remember to like the video, guys. Not seeing that many likes. Obviously, I don't do this to get famous or anything like that, but it does help. It helps to get the game out there. Also, the PvP community out there, because a lot of people don't realize that you can, in fact, play PvP with Hellish Quart. You just have to use Parsec, and so the more people that know about this community, I think, in the Hellish Quart sphere, the better. Every like helps. Push into thrust there, nice. Kubel trying to protect them. Yeah. Okay. Piper still ahead by 1. Cut into thrust there. good blade beat, then lands a cut into another thrust. Beautiful combinations by both of them, I have to say, with these rapier characters. And Piper might just win with Marta, definitely proving his mettle here. And that was a win for Piper as he got a hit to the nose there. He did take a hit to the arm, but the hit to the head was much more devastating. So, very good fight from both of you, but Piper is able to take the win. He's not known as a rapier player, but he has played Marta before and definitely knows what he's doing. Savimbi now against Def Daisy. And then Apostle against BK, which will also be exciting. This tournament's already gone for 2 hours, but that's to be expected. This is a pretty big event, so at least once we've gone through these sort of preliminary rounds, it will go way, way quicker. So we're sort of passing the longest part of the tournament as people get eliminated. But yeah, this event's everything that I was hoping for, so I'm glad we had such a turnout. If I find myself with spare time on the weekends, it might be possible that I still will be able to host something on Sunday. But if you guys want to host something on Sunday, whether that's Tao, that's Venator, that's anybody in the community, you can also feel free to let me know. I'm not by any means trying to lay claim to Sunday. It's just that Sunday happened to be free for me today. So I'm more than happy to also just participate on a Sunday. So do feel free to host on Sunday if you want. Man, it was so much work getting all that planning done for essentially up to the Christmas break, which will be some weeks yet until we're there. But it effectively means my work at home is somewhat limited. Uh, it will ramp up again once I do marking and stuff, I'm sure. But at the very least for now, Sunday is available. And honestly, even marking, like a lot of the marking now is done at the school with the scanning and stuff, the Scantron, so. And I have prep time for that as well, is what it's called, where you have like a spare block to just do whatever it is you need to do, so. Savimbi gets stabbed right up the nose there. Nice by Def Daisy. Just the thought of a sword going up your nose is... Gosh, can't imagine. That's a straight path to the brain too, by the way. To my knowledge, like there is technically a membrane in between the nose and the brain, but just FYI, you can actually go straight to the brain through the nose if you go far enough. Regarding the eye, though, there is actually a bit of skull protecting the eye socket. It's not very much. It can easily be busted with, say, a rapier blade or something, but... What the hell? I don't think I've heard that one before. He was like, "Down, down, the bala." That was good. Okay, that is a nice ending voice line for Zera. You cannot convince me otherwise. That was funny. I can see why it's jarring, though, for some of the Zera mains to suddenly hear that. When you're not used to it and stuff. This work how misses as he was too far. Savimbi has to watch his measure. Daisy's doing a great job of using the max reach that she has to harass Savimbi, which I think is how you want to play this matchup. Nice triangle by Daisy. Good blade beat. Not able to follow it up though, as he was too far. Yeah, a lot of Maries this tournament, which is nice to see. Brings me back because there used to be a time when Marie was actually viable and you'd actually see plenty of them. There were some of the best players were using Marie. And I think she did receive a couple changes, or at least the physics have changed a little bit, so that might be helping her some. I still think she does have issues that need to be resolved, but she's definitely seeing more success than we're used to seeing, which is good. Good hit there. Incortada. Yeah, surgical by Daisy, but it's definitely looking like a tough matchup. Daisy's just managing to exploit some of these mistakes. That leg cut was a little bit of a mistake, but I like the idea behind it. Stopping the blade first, then trying to go low to immobilize Zara, but unfortunately she was not able to successfully stop the blade, so there was still a hit. Ooh, a double. Nice sidestep there. It's actually quite even now. Good thrust there. Another thrust by Daisy. I think Daisy's making it look easier than it actually is. It's a tough matchup. Sidesteps, nice. Thrust attempt, but Daisy sidesteps it perfectly. Beautiful Marie play. And Daisy needs one more. Nice cut. Daisy still hasn't closed the round yet. It is possible for Savimbi to make a comeback. Thrust attempt there doesn't quite land thanks to that blade beat. Good thrust by Daisy, but no kill. Hit the arm or something there. Big cut there opens his arm right up. Nicely done by Daisy. But it's not over yet. We'll switch in just a moment. Again, remains a tough matchup. I know Daisy did great that last fight, but you can see how she has to measure her distance perfectly to get these counters. If something goes even slightly wrong for Marie, it can end very badly. Big slash out of measure gets punished, but no kill. Talking about what a tempo is in the Discord chat while I watch this. Anyway. Big blade beat there. Daisy doing a great job still. Another blade beat, but just out of measure. The problem with these blade beats is... Well, that was a good hit, but... Oh, this win battle cry that Zera does. I want to know what he's saying. If anyone speaks Polish, please tell me what he's saying there. Is he like saying you've been smited or something? Or you heretic? Now he's stabbed in the hand. Because Zera's a Crusader fanboy, for those who don't know. Which is kind of fitting, because his sword is... It looks like a pretty early longsword. Like, it's not... I don't know if it's earlier than the 15th century, but it does remind me a little bit of those types of sword. It doesn't have a tapered point, like a lot of the later longswords do, or say Isabella's. And it definitely looks heavier, like it's made for cutting, so... Definitely comes across as being quite different from some of the later longswords. It definitely doesn't scream 17th century when you look at it. But you know, if you maintain a sword well enough, it actually can last quite a long time and still be in combat effective condition, so... It's not that hard to believe if he treats that sword well, if his family's been treating the sword well. Because he does come from a noble household, so... But there's a stab to the arm, and Daisy needs one more. I bet you that sword has a story to it. I hope the Zera story tells us some things. And I know some people don't want to see the story come out right away, and I understand. They want to see characters, maybe some quality of life updates, but reality is Kubold is focusing on it, so if he is going to focus on it, he might as well make it interesting. I just hope characters come out relatively quickly along with that, if that's possible. Because that is, I think, what we are mostly looking for. It is not over yet. Daisy still doing a great job of Marie, but has to prove that she's winning right now. And the perfect triangle there, straight to the heart. Nicely done. And Daisy takes it 2-0. Tough matchup, I think, but played it pretty much perfectly. So it is a tough fight for Savimbi. Again, Savimbi, thank you for participating in this tourney. Very, very tough competition, but you did a great job. And put on a great show. So keep at it and you'll get better. BK against Apostle. I know you two have been waiting for quite a bit. fact, a lot of people are waiting for quite a bit right now. We've got Maestro, Pico, Venator, and Oak in the winner's bracket, but we do have some fights that we need to complete still before we get to that point in the winner's bracket. For those who advanced after this gauntlet of fights, it only gets harder. Okay. Yes, you're eliminated. You expended your final life, so that's it, I'm afraid. But a valiant effort all the same. Again, just very, very tough competition. And Daisy's been playing this game for a while at this point, so she is a very formidable opponent no matter what character she decides to play. Especially Marie, actually, because she spent so much time on Marie. Okay, somebody pressed back by mistake, I think. BK on the left, Apostle on the right. Different style between Marie players. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like, Info has her own style, Daisy does. Pico has a very unique style, I have to say, with the feints. It's really cool to see. Apostle going with Barabash, he's a fantastic Barabash player. Good with a lot of sabers. BK going with Yon. So this will be interesting. I think this matchup is pretty fair, but Yon has a pretty clear reach advantage, while Barabash has a clear speed advantage as far as explosive movement and cuts up close. So it depends on who makes the best use of the tools that they have. As much as we were talking about the AI, Piper mentioned that the Separatists were the good guys. I do think he has a point there. I might not be an AI fan, but I'll tell you, the Republic was not, in Star Wars that is, was not exactly a paragon of morality, so there definitely wasn't a good side in that conflict. I stand by that. I know people love the Jedi, and obviously we're supposed to root for the light side, so we see people like Count Dooku on the Separatist side, and we're like, they must be evil. But the reality was Palpatine was playing both sides against each other, and the Separatists had some legitimate concerns about the Republic, and I think wanting to separate from the Republic is also legitimate, so I really liked that Clone Wars episode where they showed us like what a lot of the Separatist senators think, and we saw a lot of good people there, I would say. I mean, yeah, Count Dooku was kind of running the show as far as the Senate, but from their perspective, the Jedi started the war, and are they exactly wrong? Not really. The Jedi just came out of nowhere and were sneaking around on one of their planets, so from their perspective, the Jedi did start the war. And they came with, you know, Republic troops as well, so it's all perspective. You could also argue the Separatists started it too, though. But the real answer is Palpatine started it. That's who started the war. I think if you're looking for blame on either side, you're missing the point. It's all Palpatine's design. He designed the clones, he designed The Separatists. Yeah, I don't think Dooku was a bad person. I think Palpatine just played him. Oh, that was a good push. And Apostle managed to take it. Very experienced player, so BK is a tough hill to climb. I'm just switching the names. Go ahead. Like, Dooku had so many good reasons to be angry at the Jedi and the Republic for allowing injustice to go unchecked in the Republic. It's what he does after due to Palpatine's influence and the influence of the dark side where he kind of slips. But I think even at that point, his intentions were still good. It's much more complex than Dooku just being a cartoon villain. Big slash in exchange. Push cut there and a push. Nicely done by BK. Love this exchange between these two. Definitely some peak Hellish Quart going on here. If the exchange is another exchange there and BK wins it. Sith propaganda. Yeah, there's definitely some Sith propaganda going on there. I won't dispute that. You look at folks like General Grievous and Asajj Ventress when she was following Dooku's bidding. Clearly those sorts of people are evil too. There's no questioning that. But you gotta remember Tarkin, who becomes an Imperial baddie, he was on the Republic this whole time. On the Republic side. And he was in a pretty high-ranking position. He knew who Palpatine was. Well, I don't know if he knew he was a Sith, but, like, he was in cahoots with him as far as the Republic side goes. I'm pretty sure he figured it out at some point, though. So, if you look hard enough on the Republic side, you look past the Republic propaganda and the Jedi propaganda, there are some evil people on the Republic side as well, so. And I'm not just talking about Palpatine. It's there's a lot more than just that. Anyway. Even some of the Jedi actually become pretty damn evil for one reason or another. Anyway, this is a very close fight between these two. Don't want to get sidetracked too much by the Clone Wars, but if you guys want to dive into that and you haven't watched the Clone Wars, definitely should. A lot of those themes were covered there. Nice cut there by BK. And BK needs one more. I think Tarna can struggle a bit against Yon, so might have been better off sticking with Barabash here, if possible. But Apostle's not out of it yet. There's a cut to the body, and he gets out of the way of the second cut just in time. That would have been it. And there it is. I think he feinted something there and immediately got hand sniped. It is 1-1. BK still can win this. And Apostle has to be careful. Alright, we're not done yet. Oh, what's going on? Savimbi, I think your biggest mistake was swinging out of measure. So, I think your angles were fine, but what was happening was you were hitting the blade and not aiming for Marie enough. because you were a bit too far away. So Daisy was playing the range game very well against you. It wasn't just you making errors, it was Daisy just playing very well. And so I think just finding tighter moves with Zera that prevent you from being hand sniped like that, instead of those big swings, might have helped as well. I'm not a Zera main though, so maybe like someone like Maestro could help you out, or Pico. But yeah, I think it was about range there, not so much about angles. So Postal goes with Alex. Alex is a powerful character, so definitely can win this matchup. But he does have to watch out for Jan's reach, and those stabs can... Yeah, that's the other thing. Daisy is a veteran at this point, I would say, so... Like... And although Marie does have a reputation for being weak, I think that experience really matters the most. Like, at this point, we've proven that, yeah, Marie has some issues, but if you're a good enough player, you can still win with her. It's definitely not impossible, so definitely not something you should feel bad about. Corkscrew from point blank range tries to finish it off. BK kind of fumbles it there, though, I think, but still manages to get a hit there. And BK's looking to win this match at this point. It's looking quite possible. He takes the handoff there of Alex. Needs 2 more flags. Threatening a corkscrew there. Doing a great job with Jan. Good leg void, but not able to follow it up. Does a bit of a taunt there, and I think he got flat-footed. Yeah, it takes a while to get good at the game. At least to master the game, I should say. It doesn't take very long to get into the game. This game is pretty beginner-friendly in that way. You can pick it up and start playing pretty easily and win some flags here and there. The hard part is mastering it against people who've played the game for months or even years. I think you have to get experience on the magnitude of months to compete with that type of experience. At least for most people. Some people pick it up quicker than others. So there is that aspect as well. And that's just how it is with a lot of games. And this is actually a really intense flag, so I'm going to try and focus on that. Goes low. There's a leg void. No hit, though. Goes low again. Perfect leg void. But not able to secure a counter. Big slash there. And Apostle might just win this, as Apostle has come from behind here. And now only needs 1 flag. Making it messy there, which is what you want to do with Alex. But there's the hand. The X cut is precise. And it takes the hand right off as Apostle tries to initiate. And so, this is down to the last flag. What can I say? A bunch of cuts by both of them. Apostle landing a hit. Apostle goes low. The leg void hit does not kill, but it is a hit for Jan. Jan is tired. It's an exchange, and Jan actually wins it. Wow. That was an intense finish there, but BK got it. As Apostle was forced to try closing in, but just couldn't. Amazing fight between these two. And I'll give you a bit of a break, BK, because that was a tough fight. Plus, my fight against Piper is technically next in order, so... Alright, let's do this, Piper. Yeah, a lot of people have been eliminated by now, so... This tournament shouldn't last too much longer, as long as we don't run into technical issues. That's the one thing that could prolong this tournament now, or if somebody had to go for a bit or something like that. Goes with Alex. He obviously is taking me very seriously, so I will do the same. Good luck, Piper. Kind Fumbled the follow-up there. That's okay. BK says that was his best fight yet. I am paying attention to the fight, by the way. It's just that it pops up on my screen when somebody pings me now, so. Alright, great fight there, Piper. There were some crazy exchanges. But it's not over yet, of course. Piper's Alex. I know a lot of people, of course, believe Alex is broken. I'm among those people. Piper's among those people, too. FYI. So this isn't, you know, to hate on Piper or anything like that. But I have to say, Piper's fighting style makes up for that. Piper is just an amazing opponent to fight against. Very stressful to fight against. So, it's always a joy to fight him, even if I'm on the losing end, so to speak. He plays Alex in a way that's very engaging to fight against and very cinematic, so always love it, especially with a fast character like Bara. It can be very fun. Good fight, Piper. Amazing Alex as always. Don't let that score fool you. That was even that fight was tough. Always very fun to fight against Piper. Fortunately, Piper has to be eliminated today. I would have loved to see more from him, but that's just how it is. At this stage, people are going to be eliminated left and right. BK is now going to be fighting against Def Daisy, who is hoping to stay in the tournament as well. And then after this, we'll have to move back to the winner's bracket so that those who've been waiting patiently over there will finally get a chance to fight once more. Okay, Daisy is here. We actually can do those winner's bracket fights too if BK is not available. So we do have time. So I'm glad BK had such a great fight against Apostle. That was definitely one of the highlights of this tournament. There definitely have been a fair few of those. Definitely worth collecting into some kind of compilation. I think this tournament's been quite exceptional. BK on the left and Daisy on the right. They're both here. Maybe we just gotta back out. Sometimes that's all you need to make it work. Man, I'm starving. I had a pretty decent breakfast, but haven't had lunch yet, so that's why I was late. I was putting that together, but yeah, now it's lunchtime, and I'm also one of those people who has an absurdly good metabolism. It's just in my genes, I guess. Like, I don't do anything special. But what it means is I have to eat quite a bit, otherwise I will just lose weight naturally. And it's not like tapeworm levels of weight loss or anything like that. It's definitely not that. But it's just metabolism. Like, I'm healthy, but for whatever reason, I get hungry super quickly and I have to eat a lot. Especially if I'm active. I'm not as active as I used to be, but I'm still like reasonably active, so that makes it even worse. um, but yeah, I'm pretty lucky. One thing that also helps though, as far as not being able to gain excess weight, is not eating a whole lot of like extra sugar. I do avoid that, so that also helps. But in my experience, I can indulge in that and still largely get away with it, so I'm pretty damn lucky. Would it be healthy? No. Obviously, my health would still suffer, but visually speaking, not much would change. Nice cut there. If I was ever on one of those survival shows, like Alone, I would be terrible. Because, like, those people usually put on excess weight before going on the show because they're guaranteed to start starving at some point. It's one of those, the whole premise is they spend time alone trying to survive in the wilderness, usually the Canadian wilderness, actually. So, although they've done a Mongolia episode, and, or not episode, season, and Africa season as well. But yeah, on a show like that, I would just lose weight so quickly, and I would not be able to last very long. Because on a normal day, like if I don't eat a meal, like I definitely regret it. So I would regret it the first day I'm there if I'm not able to get some surplus of fish right away or something. I like to think I'd be less clueless than most people as far as like survival skills, but I would just burn calories passively way too quickly to have a good time doing something like that. Insanity after a week with no alcohol. Oh my goodness. So Pico is a slightly alcoholic as well. That's not a good combo. I would miss coffee though. Like I would get migraines and shit. Like because that's the other thing is I get migraines sometimes and one of the triggers is not eating. Like if I miss lunchtime or something, I'll get a migraine type of thing. I can't imagine having to deal with that and also having to like build a shelter or go out fishing or whatever it is that I'm doing. And I've figured out some other triggers too. One is not sleeping well, which is also a potential problem. I'd probably get used to it eventually, but that would be another issue I would run into. And lighting as well. That would not be an issue because obviously natural lighting doesn't trigger it. It's mostly like the artificial lights that'll do that of a specific type. Is number one priority. Yeah, especially a fire, but yeah. And it doesn't have to, like on the first night, it doesn't have to be that good, so to speak. It can just be very basic, but at some point you would want a substantial shelter. Okay, so I think Daisy won the first one. I gotta focus on these fights. Um, all right, go ahead. Daisy with the grabs, yeah. Just like Info and Hyant back when she was playing Marie. Hyant would do that a lot. 3 to 4 layers off the ground. Yeah, to conserve heat. That's very important. Helps with flooding too. If for some reason that happens. Although you shouldn't be in a spot where flooding's an issue. Ideally, but it's a simple mistake a lot of people make though, so. I think an alone style situation for a day would be fun though. I might regret it if I don't find food, but I think for one day it might be interesting to try. But I would not go for any longer than that. Like just to experience it. And I would make coffee one of my 10 items. You can bring 10 items with you. Nobody brings coffee, of course, because that doesn't help with survival. Like, that's just useless. But, you know. Yeah, exactly. Just don't bring a tent or whatever. Bring a tarp at most or whatever. Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of places in Canada where you could do that. You just can't use Crown land is the thing, because Crown land is technically owned by the government, so you're not allowed to camp there oftentimes. Are they gonna catch you doing it? Probably not, because there's just a shit ton of Crown land out there, but... So people do it all the time, of course, but... It's like, technically, like, because if you light a fire or something and you start a forest fire, you're liable and all the other stuff, so... It's funny we call it Crown land, but that's because we're still technically a constitutional monarchy, so... Even though we're independent. You know, just like Australia, New Zealand. How diggable is dirt in Canland? Once the ground starts freezing, not so much. It's not very easy to dig. But I would say, like, if we're talking like the summer and the spring, you can totally dig. It's just once it starts freezing, like, it's gonna be rough. So you'd want to set that up in the summer or the spring or something. Go to the tundra up north, though, and it's not diggable at all. It's just perpetually frozen. But hey, at least when there's snow on the ground, you can make a shelter out of that. So there's that. Make a good snow hole or even an igloo if you have the right kind of snow available for that. And you at least have yourself something that's surprisingly insulating from the cold. Not a great long-term shelter, though. An igloo can be good, but a really basic one, not so much. But the thing with igloos is typically you need a very specific type of snow for those, and you typically get that further up north, less so here, so it'd be kind of difficult to build one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Some taunting there. This has been a pretty intense series of fights, and there's a cut to the back, actually. That's nasty. As Daisy tries to go in for a grab. Corkscrew is deflected. That was nice by Daisy. If BK wins this one, by the way, it is 1-1. So, a lot to play for still. And I'm sure Daisy does not want that to happen. Corkscrew. Big cut, bunch of cuts, and then a stab to the body. Nicely done with Daisy. Daisy's definitely locking in here. She is not about to just throw this away. Because you never know what will happen if this goes into a third round. With how even these two have been. Daisy's been playing some of her best Hellish Quart today. Cork is probably not the best in the rapier, no. It is, because if it's deflected, it's way offline, and then you're not fighting for the center very much. I don't want to give suggestions when in such a crucial moment, but I'll give them after for sure. Yeah, I don't think BK's listening that closely anyway, but still, just to be on the safe side. There is a move I have in mind. Oh, the cork actually works this time, though, and BK does take it. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. BK takes the left, Daisy on the right this time. I believe. Hang on. Let me see if I have got him wrong. Nope. Got it right there. Okay. It's not over yet, but that was a good round. I don't think so anyway. Okay, this is for all the marbles. Can't be eliminated here. This is... If you're eliminated, you're out of the tournament. They both use long guard here, trying to get an advantageous position to move in, and Daisy with a perfect stab down the pipe. Again, I do have a move in mind for Jan that would do well here, but it would significantly alter the outcome, so It'll be up to BK to see if he can find something. Quart attempt again, cut to the head. BK's doing fine though, to be honest. It's just maybe there's a handful of moves he could implement into his repertoire here that would do even better. But we'll see if he finds them. Corkscrew, trade with the stab. Got stabbed in the leg, which isn't ideal. And fumbles it a bit there. I don't know how Daisy didn't land initially, but there's a corkscrew from BK. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys can just keep fighting. Okay, even fight so far. I'm back. Good blade beat, but doesn't follow it up. Corkscrew is deflected, and there's a stab to the face. Nice by Daisy. This is a fight for the title of Best Rapier. Is it Jan or is it Marie? Marta's actually been eliminated. The Marta user's been eliminated sooner, so. Info got an AK-74 bayonet the length of a short messer. That's crazy. It's almost like a sword bayonet then. That's a pretty cool thing to have. Yeah, it's not like we have a lot of AK-74 bayonets flying around in Canada, I have to say. We do have bayonets, but not those specifically. Thrust attempt there. Trade of stabs there. Nobody's been killed yet. Another stab from Daisy. No kill, but that was a great try. I think it hit the shoulder, not the head. But there we go. It nicks the neck there. And that's just enough to get a kill. Daisy needs one more to secure that win. Double lunge into a low thrust. Thrust to the body and a cut to the arm. They've both taken hits twice, and they're still in the fight. Low guard there. Perfect spacing by Daisy, dodging that thrust. An attempt to punish it there. Good exchange. And that's a double. Probably an appropriate ending considering what was happening earlier. Yeah, it's by no means over. Low guard there. And high guard by Daisy. Then back to long guard as they both jockey for a position in the center with their blades. And that's a big slash, but it leaves him wide open. Marie does take a hit to the left arm, but it's not enough to kill. Daisy wins it, but a wonderful fight once more between these two. For Jan against Marie, I would use the chop, by the way, because I think it reaches quite far and it comes straight from long guard. It's good for beating the blade and all that stuff. Okay, Venator against Oak now. Let's get these two in so they can fight. And then it'll be Maestro against Pico. So Pico will get a chance to fight as well as Maestro. They've been waiting for quite a while. And if you can believe it, we're down to the final 6 participants, so we're definitely getting to the end. I know it's been a long haul. That's the nature of these big events. That's always inevitable. But it's definitely been a fun ride the whole time, so I'm not complaining about that. Always love to see big tournaments. It shows that the game is still alive and well, so especially because this was kind of an unexpected event. We don't usually host tournaments on Sundays lately, but I had time available, so I was like, why not? Will that remain the case later in December? We will see. It definitely will be on the break, but before then is up in the air. Alexander against Yazuk here is a good pick for Venator, I would say. Alexander tends to match up well against Yazuk, so we'll see what happens with that. Although I know Oak has won this specific matchup before, so it's definitely not a guaranteed win for Venator. Nice exchanges between these two. Venator looking for those side steps, but Yazuk actually beats him to the punch. 1-1. And both were looking for a hand snipe there, I think, but Venator got it. Oak just not quite able to get it done. Good exchange, but Oak gets a hand snipe this time. Big attack by Venator gets blocked, but he's looking for an angle. Big slash, Oak is patient. Good parry. Not able to land a hit just yet, but and a bit of a trade there, but Venator takes it. That is the problem that Yazuk can run into in this matchup. But Oak just goes in, doesn't care. YX combo, landing a good hit. Going for an upcut, it looks like. Feint by Oak. And a snap cut to the head. That's a very dangerous cut that Yazuk has. Not so easy to trade against, especially because the blade comes down from the center. So if you try to counter it, what will often happen is your blade will encounter his blade, and so your cut will have less power because of physics, and his blade is coming straight down in your head. So the angle is just right that he will often win out, and it might not even be a double. Again, Oak going for a similar tactic here. Usually coming straight down against Alex is bad, but Yazuk moves in so quickly and so deep that Alex is not able to parry effectively, especially if he is trying to do something about Yazuk getting so close. But Venator does counter that offensive very cleanly. Sidestep there. And there's a nice kill by Oak. Down to the wire this round. A prelude to things to come, I'm sure. We might see more of this, regardless of outcome. Venator with a lot of swings trying to keep Oak at bay, but they are out of measure. Oak with a feint, parries those cuts. That's an exchange that Oak does not win, because Oak hit the shoulder, it looks like. And Alexander again, just hitting like a truck. Venator needs one more. Playing a very good Alex, I have to say. Side steps. But Oak just comes in with a barrage of cuts into the weak of the blade and manages to beat the blade down and continue attacking. Alex stood no chance once that started happening. Now Venator's looking for that quick hand snipe to finish this fight. He does not want to take unnecessary risks here, but so far his blows are not able to find the hand. There's an upcut and just a barrage of sidesteps. Yazuk's sidestep game is definitely underrated, as Oak has made that work many times. It's very explosive, actually. And Venator just wasn't prepared for it. Okay, same matchup, no surprises there. Venator with a similar tactic, using the side steps to find an angle and is able to secure a flag right off the bat. Big slash by Oak. Venator was able to tag him, but Oak's cut was more powerful, which made sense. It was much slower, definitely charged up. Snap cut there is parried. It was interrupted by something that Venator was doing, it looks like. Big slash, but Yazid's guard holds true. There's a trade of cuts, and Venator just goes in with that stab. Oak was not prepared for it. But there's two cuts from Oak instantly killing Venator. Very surgical, Oak, with these cuts. Even the cuts that don't kill, Oak knows how to immediately follow them up with a kill shot. So any hit for Oak is good, and about just as dangerous as a straight-up kill shot. Big cut there. And immediately kills him there. Oak knows which cuts from Yazid are very likely to kill in one shot, too. Just like that, upcut to the arm as Venator tried to call him out, but wasn't able to reach in time. Yazid's also a very fast saber, so that helps him out here. Along with that guard, cut in the thrust is parried, but a very nice try. It forced Venator on the defensive. As Oak goes in with a barrage of cuts, it is a double. Big slashes, but yeah. It was a bit telegraphed by Venator, and Oak was ready. Again, a bit telegraphed, but Venator is able to parry some of those still. He did not have the tempo advantage until Oak fumbled it a bit there and dashed in. I see what Oak was trying to do, but I think Alex was just able to recover quickly enough to stop that. If Oak got his way, though, it would have been pretty crisp. And there's a sidestep from Venator, making it very close here, 5-5. Sidesteps there. Bunch of cuts. Venator looking to, again, snipe the hand, I think, but not able to make that happen so far. Feint. And cuts aimed at the hand by both of them. Big slash there. Big cuts. Again, oh my goodness, Oak just going ham. Venator a bit too far there to land a hit. He was a little out of measure. Despite hitting the blade, he just wasn't close enough. Pushes there, and Venator actually wins out in the end. Very well done by him, and it's down to the last flag this round. If Oak wins it, though, he wins the match. But Venator has scored a hit. So that's pretty huge, I think, for him. And that's a double. Adding pressure. Both of these players are veterans, so I expect no less. Trying to snipe the hand and catch Oak there, but is not able to. Again, sidestep. Both of them aiming for hand snipes here. They're not trying to overextend. But Oak just goes ham and is immediately countered. A good try, but Venator able to stay composed. And we're doing yet another fight. But whatever happens here, it is going to be the last one. Yazid against Alex once more. Okay, again, Venator's looking for the early hand snipe. The earlier he can shut down Yazid, the better. But in this case, it's a double. As Oak kind of had a similar idea, but he wanted to initiate. Yeah, Venator just interrupted immediately there as he tried to go in for an attack. Oak called him out. Yazid's speed helping him out here. Big slash. Sidestep, and Oak blocks that low cut. Nicely done as he moves back. Snap cuts, and they exchange in a nice parry riposte game. Venator's tired, and yeah, that tired swing is not very good for Alex. Venator probably had to retreat there, but Even still, I think Oak could have chased him. And that's a double. Nice exchange. Venator's really looking for that hand snipe. And Oak overextending a little bit there. And he also did a punch or something, so that didn't help his guard. Nice feint. Big splash. Oak delivers it right to the head, whereas Venator hit the body. So it makes sense that Oak obviously would win that. And a sidestep combo by Oak. Good distancing by Oak, but it is actually a trade. And yeah, probably an appropriate ending there as they both go ham. Looking for the kill shot. They both saw a kill shot, which resulted in a double, as they both took it. Perfect sidestep by Venator. Single tempo. Oak testing the guard there. Big slash attempted there, but Venator beats him to the punch. Good feint by Oak. He nearly got called out, so he canceled it. Aiming for the hand, both of them, but neither fighter is able to land a hand snipe. Yeah, they both know each other very well, you can tell, because they're both going for those hand snipes at the same time. And both are perfectly, essentially, countering each other. Four to four. Some cuts by Oak to test the guard. Venator out of measure, but that's a double as he recovers just in time. Bit of a bait set up by Venator. Big splash by Oak, but Venator retreats. Looking for the counter, and there it is. As that snap cut was out of measure by Oak. The slight mistakes are really what this is coming down to. You make a slight mistake and it's just over. Because they're both so locked in right now. Sidestep. Both going for sidesteps, but Oak is immediately hand sniped there. Down to the wire. Venator looking to finish this up here. Yeah, he's looking for a good angle. As is Oak, and they both go for a hand snipe. Their blades interacting. Nobody's been hit, though, as they clash. We've seen before, though, it's definitely not over. Oak has done some crazy comebacks before. A cut to B cut. That's a cool combo, and it actually works. Stuns Venator and gets another hit. Good hit there, aimed at the hand. If Oak opened himself up, that would have been the match. Yeah, Venator's trying to use the reach that he has with some of these cuts, especially the side steps, to make something happen, and there it is, as Oak charges in, and there's his arm sniped right there. Venator manages to take it, but it was a very close fight. And now it's Maestro against Pico. Of course, Oak is not eliminated by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, Maestro is here, Pico is here, I believe, so... Now this is the battle for America, the US, as they're both American. So that's interesting. We had an EU fight. Now we got a fight for the United States. Maestro gonna go with Isabella, it looks like. He's been doing very well with Isabella, so there's no surprise there. And Isabella is a great pick into Marie, so let's see what happens. Oh, is Maestro trying the YY? Oh my goodness, okay. No, Maestro's switching it up now. Like, it's literally all you need, but switching it up is obviously also effective. Isabella is just one of those characters where you can mess around a lot and you still have the advantage, because Isabella just has a lot of things going for her. So it's going to be tough for Pico here, with elimination on the line. Deflects those attacks. Maestro, what the fuck was that? What is happening? Okay, some hit detection shenanigans going on here. That's just the update, I think. I don't think it's necessarily Isabella, but it could be partly to do with Isabella, too. Maybe YY spam is not so effective anymore if the hit detection is not where it should be. But we'll see what happens. Deflects the thrust with the low cut, and then a stab by Pico. Triangle hits directly, but somehow does not do anything. So they're kind of even now. They both had instances of weird hit detection. Unfortunately, when it gets messy like this, Marie is at a disadvantage still, regardless of who's getting the hit detection problems. So yeah, you should clip that. That would be, I hope, instructional for Kubold. I hope he wouldn't take that personally, but good thrust to the body by Pico. Pico's still in the game. Says, I'm not done yet. Maestro going in with a bunch of cuts. There's a double. A doble. Thrust attempt, and then a wiggle thrust by Pico as he disengages from the blade beat. There's another one. Pico sidesteps beautifully there, getting out of the way of Maestro's attack. Pico definitely going out with a bang if he is going to go out. Dodges the thrust. There was like a head bob. The triangle just out of measure, though. I think the idea there was beautiful, but just the execution, I think, was a little off because of spacing. That would have been incredible if Pico landed that. It was, I think, all spacing there. I don't think Maestro was quite ready for it. But these things happen. It's literally a game of inches sometimes, or even millimeters. Okay, is Barabash going to be used? Yeah, it looks like it. Which makes sense. Maestro going with characters that counter the ones that Pico is picking. At least on paper. Chicken dance there and gets stabbed. That was amazing, Pico. Maestro thought he could call him out there, but that wasn't quite the case. Pushed by Pico. And then chicken dance again. Oh, Pico's got to watch the stamina, I think, though. Push, and then a cut to the arm. Alright, Maestro's got to lock in here. Trying to go low. Pico interrupts that with the chicken dance. Okay. Yeah, Maestro probably deserves that one. He went forward with clear intent to kill, while Pico was chicken dancing. Trick shot attempt by Maestro. Goes low. Sidesteps by Pico. Gotta watch his stamina though as Maestro does the Maestro special. Maestro goes low. And then there's a hit to the head as he tried to go low. Not protecting his computer, so he paid for it. Big slash by Pico and another big slash on the retreat. Maestro is I think he could be playing this a little bit better, but he did get a nice sidestep, or not a sidestep, but a good angle by moving laterally, so it seems like a way to counter the chicken dance. Pico with a nice parry with the sword. Good blade beat in the chop, nearly lands. That was a good try by Maestro. Maestro harassing Pico from a distance, and the punch there is not effective as Maestro goes low. Even if the punch landed, I think that cut would have still gone through. Amazing from Pico. He instantly recovered after hitting the leg, but Maestro just says, fuck it, and goes forward with a barrage of cuts. Big cut is threatened there. London stab, then there's a double. Threatens to go low. Chop attempt. London attempt there. Trick shot. Not a very good move, I'm afraid, but I like the idea. Meister trying to go low, but he's too far. Again trying to go low, but too far. And there's a hit to the head. He was a little bit predictable there, and Pico called him out. Big slash results in a double. Alright. Cut attempt there. Blade beat. Goes low. Big slash. And Maestro tries to go in there with the Maestro special, but he hits the shield instead of trying to go around. Pico with the chicken dances. Maestro goes in with the three-piece coming up after the two cuts and calls him out on that. Chicken dance into cut there by Pico. I can't believe I'm saying that in Hellish Quart, but I am. The chicken dance is its own move. In effect, it's, I think when Connor tries to grab, that's what happens. It's really weird. Oh, blade beat. Pico's gotta be careful. Maestro going in with a bunch of cuts. Pico's playing with his food a little bit too much because Maestro could win this match right here, right now. There's the belly lunge hitting the side. There's a cut, though, from Pico hitting the shoulder. They've both taken a hit, and I'm sensing a double. Thrust attempted. Yeah, that's a double. No surprise there. And I think there's going to be another double yet. I think they're both just going to charge in. Maybe Maestro hits the leg. And then Pico hits him right back in the head. Although he's already taken... Oh, that almost happened. My prediction almost happened, but Maestro got it. It was a shoulder hit. So not quite a double. Okay, now we've got Oak against Daisy. I think we'll do that one first, just because Pico lost. Okay, they're both here. Let me just double check the sides real quick. Oak on the left, Daisy on the right. Yazard against Marie. Let's see what happens. Tough matchup for Marie, as we've seen earlier. So Daisy is looking for some revenge. Thrust attempt, and then a cut from Daisy. Daisy taking the first flag after a bit of a brawl. Triangle from up close, interrupting, but Oak just says no and keeps going. Thrust up high, but actually the second cut missed, but Oak is immediately able to follow that one up, so it didn't matter. Perfect flesh from Oak. That was beautiful. Immediately saw the thrust whiff, so he immediately capitalized on that. Perfect setup. That's something straight out of a HEMA match or even a Olympic fencing match. Just beautiful from Oak. Anton would be proud, the guy who mo-capped Yazuk. Thrust from Oak, nicely done. Blade beat into hit to the head. Yeah, it's a tough matchup. Oak looking to finish it. A bunch of cuts there, and then a hit to the head as Daisy tries to grab. Wow, Oak displaced the blade there with that retreat attack and manages to win it. But it's just the first round. We'll see what happens in the next one. Yazuk against Marie, possibly. Or nope, going to Marina this time. Obviously not a fan of that matchup, so she wants to switch it up. It didn't go well the last time either, to be fair, so that might be what Daisy needs. Do something that Oak is not expecting. But a big splash for Oak there is able to secure that first flag. In a brawl, Yazut still has the advantage oftentimes, so Daisy will have to be a little bit creative, I think. There's a push, instant cut to the head. Bit of a trade of cuts there. Yazut seems to have some good angles for Marina. And yeah, a bit too much sidestepping there maybe by Daisy. But it was a good try. Left foot forward, stands and immediately sidesteps. Look at that. Oak is doing amazing with that. And actually, it looks like Marina was a worse pick, possibly, but we'll see. Cut straight to the head by Oak. Oak needs two more. When Oak gets momentum like this on you, it's always a rough time. That's the worst place to be in. But nice attack there by Daisy, shielding the head and moving forward with an upcut. Very powerful one at that. Nice cut to the body by Daisy. And Daisy goes low. Looking for that comeback, as she cannot afford to lose this match. This round. There's a cut straight to the head, though. Yazuk being possibly the fastest saber in the game, if not one of the fastest, is able to beat Marina to the punch a lot. Certainly fastest as far as cuts. Movement speed is a little bit different, depending on what he's doing, but... Big cuts by Oak. Daisy focusing on the defensive here. Goes low, and then a perfect hit to the head. It is still very doable for Daisy to make it 1-1. Still very doable. Oak is not going to let that happen, though. Certainly not without a fight. There's a trade of attacks there, but Daisy seems to have gotten the worst end of that. Bunch of hits by Oak are parried. Daisy again parrying a cut as Oak harasses the guard from a distance and then tries to shoot in. It's a double as Oak doubles up there last second. Big cut there. I thought the first one hit the hand, but Oak followed it up all the same. Like, even when Oak messes up a cut, he knows immediately how to follow that up so that it will be a kill. Because as soon as the blade's gotten past the guard, you're essentially wide open. So if you have a combo that you can do, you're probably going to land it. Oak did a great job there. Daisy did her best. In the end, Marina was better, but okay, Pico on the left, I'll be on the right. Pickle fighting me now, and then it'll be Maestro against Venator in the semifinals, so that's exciting. Uh, at this point, it's just killers in this tournament. Not that the competition wasn't fierce before, but at this point in the tournament, you're looking at some very, very fierce competition. People who have seen a lot of tough fights. So it really only gets harder as you go. That's one way this format can be quite different from, for example, round robin, where it won't necessarily get more difficult as you go. It's all about just the fact that you're fighting everybody. Oh, that was unlucky. Okay, we're switching sides. Rough matchup for Marie as usual, but Pico put in a very solid effort there, I have to say. Zera, yeah, his Zera is terrifying, so. His Marie is too, to be honest. I made that look way easier than it actually is. What is happening? Pico, that's my trick. You can't do that. These tired clutch kills. How dare you? That's my trick. Good fight, Pico. Very good effort. That Zera is tough. Okay. Alright, Venator and Maestro are supposed to fight next, so I think I'll let them. They've been waiting for quite a while. Earlier in the tournament, so I don't mind giving them some more chances. Somebody's gonna have to fight twice, no matter what, so. Or multiple times in a row, anyway. Yeah, you did great there. That was cool. I I was just being sidestepped into oblivion as I tried to figure out something to do against that. All right, Predator's here too. Speaking of tired. Yeah, we're getting there though. That wasn't a yawn out of boredom, just being tired. I didn't sleep well the other night, so. Alright, Alexander against Izzy. Venator not using his main once more. Sticks with Alexander. Maybe not confident in the mirror match. But let's see what happens. Upcut by Maestro. Thrust by Venator. Venator's getting tired, but we know Alex is very nimble when tired, despite losing all of his stamina, so he's able to just step away like nothing's happened. They're both kind of low on stamina now. It's just Alexander's tired swing that isn't so good. Meister going with high guard. Probably expecting a long guard, so he tried to bash it down there. But that thrust into cut. A cut. They trade, wow. Venator's forced to back off. Taunts there by Venator. Tries to beat the blade down. High guard cut. Wow. And Maestro interrupting that attack. That was nice. Sidestep by Maestro. Goes low. Ooh, displaced that stab. Double. Nice cut to the head. Nice thrust from the cut. B cut. Nice from Maestro. Ooh, nice from Maestro. Very close fight between these two. X cut to the arm, then a cut to the hand, taking it right off. Nice from Maestro. Now he's looking to finish this here. Fender walks forward there, trying to get an early kill to make it 5-5, or 6-6, I should say. but isn't able to. Still, definitely you can tell he's looking for that single tempo action to get a kill. Maestro with a perfect sidestep that was very Warden-esque by him, and he actually canceled the initial cut into another cut, which was very precise. Going back to Alexander. Maybe a mistake, but we'll see. Double. Thrust attempt, but Venator backs off. So it's a bit out of measure. Yeah, Venator's looking for an early kill. Maestro, oh my goodness, Maestro is meeting those cuts of his own, but then Venator just moves forward and starts punching Isabella. Maestro was not able to counter that onslaught. That was brutal. Alexander not behaving as a gentleman should in this fight. Cut straight to the head by Maestro. But there's a cut right back by Venator. 2-2. High guard cut by Maestro. Another cut. Maestro is looking for a good angle, and there it is. He interrupts Venator. His Venator threw a cut out of measure, and so his arm was exposed. And then Maestro was able to interrupt it. And catching the opponent after a whiff like that is a very German method of fighting with the longsword, so it's really cool to see. Just catching the arm so the opponent cannot respond. And if they try to respond, they're actually hurting themselves as well. So it's a very, very good way to defend yourself while also disabling your opponent. And it can be very brutal if you do it the correct way. There's a cut to the leg by Venator. 2 cuts there by Maestro. And Maestro needs one more. Amazing Isabella. Thrust to the body, not able to kill, but that was still a good hit. It might help him in the future if he gets an upcut just like that. And Maestro takes it. Amazing stuff. Venator is in the loser's bracket. But first I have to fight Oak. Maestro passive? He was not passive. My goodness, he was active as heck there. Regardless, though, as I've mentioned before, it doesn't matter. Whether people are passive or not, we just do what works, so that's that. I don't think it's worth overthinking. Anyway, Oak on the left, and I'm on the right. Plus, as I've said before, in martial arts or in this game, whatever it is, because this game is pretty close to the reality of it compared to most games, terms like offense and defense quickly become useless because at the end of the day, you use defense and offense together. You don't use them separately. So, and yeah, Maestro is very active. There was very Warden-esque gameplay from him. I don't see any passive gameplay there. It was very active gameplay. So nothing passive at all. He was sidestepping and hitting you in the side. I don't see how that's sitting there waiting. That's the total opposite of sitting there waiting. Like, he literally was defending himself by killing you with cuts. So it's definitely not passive. But it goes to show, like, because he was sort of doing both at the same time, it's like, how is it passive? How is it overly offensive? It's not a useful way to think about the game at all. Yeah, there was nothing passive about Maestro's gameplay. I really don't see it.
Oh, yeah.
Game of inches, Oak. Love it. But we're not done yet. My goodness, I'm glad that snap cut landed. I think you had something lined up for me if that somehow didn't work. Which it very well could have failed. That was literally like, I don't know how many milliseconds away from failing. And that being Oak's point and not mine. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nicely done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Yeah. Great fight so far. My goodness, GG Oak. I don't know how that Thunder Punch worked. That was a complete accident. I was trying to sidestep and snap cut, but the Thunder Punch came out and then I landed it. I think it's exactly what I needed though. I needed to get creative and just get initiative back. So it turned out to be the correct move. It was just completely by accident. All right. Well, I gotta fight Venator next. There's no avoiding that. That was a great fight, Oak. Our saber fights are always like peak Hellish Court. So, all right. Well, let's do it, Venator. There's no other fights we can do. And then whoever wins has to beat Maestro twice, which is going to be a tall order for either of us. Venator takes the left side, I take the right side. Yeah, I'm not reinventing the wheel. Against Alex, I think Barabash is one of my better picks, so good luck, Venator. Oh, I could have had the arm, I think, and I canceled. Not good. Very nice round, Venator. Alright, let's switch sides. Let's go. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying this. Great fight, Venator. That last round too, I know the score is a bit lopsided, but to be honest, those flags were very engaging, and if I was not playing well, you would have destroyed me there too. So both of those fights were very engaging and could have easily gone your way if I was not, I guess, locked in. Yeah, so that's one of those matches where the score doesn't always tell the full story. So that first round, that score that we had there, I think that's more reflective of how the fight was going the whole time. At least that's how it felt to me. There were some great exchanges there. So very well played, Venator. A shame that you have to be eliminated, but that is the game we're playing. And Maestro is going to fight me in the final, which is exciting. For those who are unaware, I do have to beat him twice. I cannot just beat him once and then be called the winner because Maestro has not been beaten yet. So it's going to be a tough hill for me to climb, but I will rise to the challenge. Maestro getting the left side to start off because he is in the winner's bracket. So go ahead, Maestro. Isabella, yeah, Isabella has been a menace, so I'm excited. By the way, Venator, I think our fight, like we had some Hall of Fame worthy exchanges. Was the fight Hall of Fame? You might argue not just because of the score at the second round, but I actually really think like it's at least in the conversation. There's some other moments though that I want to highlight as well because there were great fights all around. It wasn't just that one, but I don't know. It just felt really exhilarating. My fight against Oak was great. There are even some early fights that I really enjoyed watching. So definitely a lot to choose from if we're going to pick a Hall of Fame from this tournament. I liked what I saw from Maestro as well. Okay, there's one round down. I'm thinking when this is all said and done, I'm gonna go stuff my face with seafood at a restaurant called Blowers in Grafton. Why is it slowing down in a few moments? Because Kubel broke his game. I don't know why. I've done everything I can to fix it, but yeah, it's just Kubel somehow keeps messing the game up, so. It is what it is. At least it's running smoothly like 95% of the time, so I'll take what I can get. It's still an improvement over what it was before, but yeah, just imagine the things you would say. Oh, wait. No, it wouldn't be that. I was wondering if it was because somehow that slowdown thing, the timer was turned on. You know, that stupid feature he introduced a while back? But we would know because there'd be a clock ticking. I'll double check that. But it shouldn't be that. It's because something else is happening, but I will still double check it. It could be that Kubel broke something with the setting all the same, though. So you never know. But yeah, it is silly. I don't disagree, Maestro. I don't like it any more than you do. But know that I'm also feeling it when it does happen, so you're not alone. When it happens, I'm seeing it just as much as you are. Okay, so that's one match, one for me. So now we're even Stevens. Still got one to go. Maestro can still win this tournament. I was a little worried about the yawn. Maestro's yawn is usually his most threatening character against me, but thankfully I was able to win out. We are keeping the same sides, by the way, Maestro, because I get the left in the second one. Yeah, take your time with the character selection. There's no rush. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, about Blores and Grafton. I'm gonna get a bunch of seafood, I think, because I'm going to eat out. So that'll be fun. I'm also starving, so that'll hit the spot for sure. Probably have some soup before I go. I'll go later in the day. Yeah, some soup just to tide me over before then. As to what I'll eat, I had fish and chips earlier, so I'll probably do something different, but fish and chips is an option. And it's pretty damn delicious. Yeah, there's that lobster mac and cheese I could have too, but I think I'll do more seafood than just that. Oh, that is delicious though over there. Okay, last round, assuming I win. but we might have to take this into the third round if Meister is able to make the comeback. Gonna go back to Jan. I honestly think his Jan is gonna be the hardest, but we'll see. Although I will say, like, Meister's Isabella is great. I just think matchup-wise, like, maybe Jan is a little bit more... What the fuck is happening? I hate that so much. Sorry, Meister, I can't control that when that happens, but Kubold's hit detection is... Sometimes it just doesn't work. I don't know. Some update he did has caused these weird interactions. I'm glad it's not every time, but when it does happen, it's very unfortunate. Yeah. It's nothing I'm doing, it's just the game being the game. Maestro went for a punch and then got hit in the hand. That's a shame. That should have been a double, I think, but Maestro punched. Ooh, close. Yeah, it's a good move, isn't it? When it lands, anyway. When it doesn't land, you're wide open. Ooh, I got a little lucky there, I think. Alright, good fight, Maestro. Looks like I won in the end, but it was hard fought. Had to fight a bunch of demons to get to where I am. Thank you for participating. Maestro doesn't often participate in tournaments, but it looks like Sunday was a good day for him today. Maestro's just really busy with life stuff, so as am I most of the time. Sunday just happened to be free today, so I managed to host this event. Thank you everybody for competing. This is the biggest tournament I've had in a while, so it's always a joy to see 12 people or more in these events. Shout out to Maestro, Venator, Oak, Daisy, everybody who joined, Ghosty, Apostle. Without all of you, the community just would not be what it is. I won't keep you any longer than that. GG's, excellent fights, some really cinematic moments by everybody who participated, I would say. And with that, I'll see you next time.
Thank you.